Good Friday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as we continue to watch Hurricane Delta, still a Category 2 storm, the center of it, and the overall worst weather approaching the coast. You're already starting to move on shore, really, as we're getting to some of the more rural areas, but we're going to start to see some of the worst of this spread into more urban areas over the next little bit, like Lake Charles, as I go over to the Houston Doppler radar right now. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about here with the eye wall and some of the most dangerous conditions. You can kind of see that we're having to use that radar, which is a little further away because the radar in Lake Charles is still down after what happened with Hurricane Laura there, causing all that destruction. It just destroyed the radar, and we're having to look a little bit further up. But you can kind of see here with some of the worst acts, and I'm starting to move here into Ward Calcasieu Paris now, and that's going to knock out some more power. So we're going to be doing updates every half hour as we get throughout the evening hours. So I just want to go ahead and stay with me here as we've already seen some of the worst move through Grand Chenier, really, as we're starting to get into that calmer weather as we're looking toward that region. As I just get more reports in here, it looks like at Salt Point, we just got a wind report there. So talking about, it looks like 52 knots, so that's 60 miles per hour there. So just following here along in the chat session, I know the National Weather Service in Lake Charles also says that there's a communication problem with the ASOS there at Lake Charles, but it's still up and running, and so far the peak wind gust there has been 67 miles per hour. That was at 4:46 Central Time, so not too long ago. So we're following this situation. It's a fluid one as we look here. Also, a flash flood warning in play for Lake Charles. This is even for the potential for some life-threatening flash flooding. We've already seen quite a bit of rain in this area as we look here at the storm total amounts. Now, again, we're kind of on the edge of things. I might go to the radar at Fort Polk here in a moment to try to switch the perspective, but you can kind of see here some of that moisture coming into view. Even Beaumont's been getting quite a bit of rain as well. There's a flash flood warning over there for Jefferson and Orange counties there till 7 p.m. Central Time. But as we look toward Lake Charles, we're talking about Acadia, Calcasieu, Cameron, Jefferson Davis, and Vermilion Paris is there until it looks like 7 o'clock as well. We'll go to the Fort Polk radar now and try to give you a different perspective here. And this shows the rain, the moisture here quite a bit better on what has already fallen there as we're looking toward Calcasieu and Jefferson Davis Paris's. And you can see that there's already been quite a bit. And this is just aggravating that situation there after what happened with Hurricane Laura, of course, all the extensive damage that did occur in the Warder region is catastrophic. It really can't overstate what happened there, unfortunately. But now just adding insult to injury really in the Wardish region. We just have to keep them in our thoughts and prayers as we go ahead and broaden the view back out a little bit. Again, you're seeing some of the worst that this storm has to offer. Move on in, and you can kind of see some of this wind energy as we're looking toward the Fort Polk radar, maybe even a little bit better in some regard, at least, as you kind of see that here coming on into the picture. You can see some of the worst of this starting to move into Lake Charles now, so we really want people to be careful. Luckily, no hurricane gust here yet, based on that ASOS sensor that we're looking here in the chat session at. But again, I'm just continuing to follow the situation as it does evolve, because these areas so vulnerable after what happened with Laura. I mean, it doesn't take that much. Even if this were to weaken to a Cat 1, I have the latest update. This is barely a Cat 2 right now, which is good, but I mean, you could barely have a hurricane, maybe even a strong tropical storm, just going to cause a lot of problems here, unfortunately, because these areas are just so vulnerable with what happened with Laura. And now here is that calm perspective. You see a hurricane warning in play from High Island, Texas to Morgan City, Louisiana here. And you see, as we get toward about 1 a.m. Central Time, we're seeing that pretty close to Alexandria. Rapides, Paris hit pretty hard there by Laura as well, with power out for a while too, not maybe weeks, but days in toward that area, several days, as we were looking up in toward that part of the state, getting pretty far inland. It looks like a strong tropical storm there as we get toward that region, as we're looking ahead in the timeline. But here's your advisory as of the 6 p.m. Data coming in. This is the update there, 5 p.m. Central Time update from the National Hurricane Center. You see that movement north-northeast at about 14 miles an hour. The pressure up a little to 968 millibars. And those winds, if you're just tuning in, maybe watching on Facebook, because I've been kind of just retweeting some stuff on Twitter and just kind of trying to gather some information. I know I wrote an article a little while ago on cloudsweather.com, so I haven't been posting really anything on Facebook here. It was a Cat 3 as you were looking back last night, but now down to a Category 2, so that's a little good news as I'm emphasizing. It might even be down to 95 miles per hour at landfall, which to make it a really strong Cat 1, but it's technically that's called a minimal hurricane, but this is not going to be a minimal threat to this region, as we are really concerned overall as we're looking towards southwestern Louisiana with what happened with Laura there. But at least in terms of the perspective here, and I have a graphic I'll see here in a little bit, in terms of maybe comparing it, it looks like I might actually be below Sally now. I'll have to change that graphic around a little bit, which is good news, as this will be maybe the third worst in terms of those winds here this year. We'll just kind of evaluate that as the situation does go along. But let's go ahead now. I'll go to radar scope. I have it on the Houston radar over here, and let's see if it gives me a good perspective. And it does give me a good perspective, so I'm going to go ahead and show you what this is displaying right now. We'll pop up radar scope here. You'll be able to see what is happening. And just trying to give you a look here at Beaumont, even getting into quite a bit of the accident. I know I've seen quite a few wind reports coming out of there, in northeastern Texas as well. We'll check out that power outage information here shortly. But as you look toward Lake Charles here, you see some of the worst of this coming on in right now, in towards some of these areas in Calcasieu Parish. That they just don't need action like this. But you can see I'll kind of box this in a little bit. We'll kind of see what is happening overall here. This is just part of the eye. Well, I'm not circling the whole thing, but just kind of trying to give you a little perspective on that. That's going to be moving in, even with that easterly component to an extent. We're going to see this come on in, so we just want folks in Lake Charles to be very careful. This is going to be the worst of the storm, probably getting into where that Calcasieu Parish as we get in the next hour or so. You just really want to be hunkered down. This is a very dangerous situation, and with that debris I was talking about in my article earlier, you just got to be really careful talking in regard to that, because that can be pretty much like missiles if it's picked up. Those different pieces that are out and about and really cause more damage. Windows that might have just been repaired, that debris could bust those out. And it's just a really unfortunate situation. It's been a terrible year in some regard as we're looking across the entire nation, but in this area it's been especially awful. I think that's the best way to describe it. As we do look off toward the east here, toward Lafayette, there you see some of the flash flood warnings in play there. And I have to go to the other radar to kind of give you a better look. Again, Lake Charles is down. It's been down since Laura. It's going to be a while till it gets back and repaired. But you see, again, another perspective here. Some of the worst, even Lafayette's going to be getting here closer to that eye wall. That didn't happen as we were looking back there toward Laura. So worse impacts there compared to what we saw with Laura there, as we were looking about a month and a half ago, 6 weeks or so since that storm did strike. So the impacts won't be as bad in Lake Charles in comparison, but in Lafayette the impacts will be worse from this storm, I do believe, as we are getting toward that region because of them actually getting in that eye wall there, getting near the Bro Bridge area as well. So we're just going to have to be watching that region here very carefully. And you see, getting up toward the north here, getting toward some of these other areas like Search Point, getting into some of this action here too. We'll just be watching. Baton Rouge should miss the worst of this here to the west a little bit. I kind of draw that out a little bit with my mouse, but you get the idea. We're going to continue to watch this. I'll go ahead and come back on camera now as we get a report of about 6 inches or so at that Lake Charles there, that ASOS. So I'll go ahead and come back on camera right now as we continue to watch the storm progress. You see the action, you see that cone of concern once again, a Category 2 storm, a hurricane warning from High Island, Texas to Morgan City, Louisiana, and then a tropical storm warning as you see in that blue color. You see the red color there, that's the hurricane warning along the coast, and then the blue color there, we're talking about a tropical storm warning from west of High Island to Sargent, Texas, and then east of Morgan City, Louisiana, to the mouth of the Pearl River. That includes New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain as well. So just have to be watchful as we get toward those regions, getting in at least some of those tropical force winds. Your storm surge forecast here, 7 to 11 feet. We're talking about at the highest levels. You see Vermilion Bay right there, and pretty much in the middle of what we're talking about, where the worst of this will be, as we're getting another wind gust report in the Beaumont area now, 59 knots. So we're talking about 68 miles an hour there, so getting some really strong winds, even maybe a little higher than what I was indicating, though, as we get into Beaumont proper, a little less. This is the Beaumont Port Arthur sensor, to be precise. So in downtown Beaumont, we're actually seeing a little bit less in the way of wind there as we get a little bit further away from the storm in general. But again, there's your storm surge forecast. Let's go ahead now and pop on. I have some other graphics in our system right now, so let me go ahead. I'm going to get the latest storm surge information for you guys. So let's go ahead and pop up our storm inundation dashboard right now. We have that, our coastal inundation dashboard, and you'll be able to see what is happening here overall in this scenario. Giving you that quick look at things. You see Calcasieu Pass. They're not going to have as much over here, and we're still getting quite a bit, though, even when, as I say that, 5.5 feet or so of storm surge toward that region. As we get off toward the east, that's where we're going to have the higher values we're getting here. As I kind of move it over just a little, we're almost up to about 7, and you see as I move the mouse over, actually it's kind of a little bit hard to get on the exact spot there, but over 7 feet there of storm surge as we're looking toward, it looks like the freshwater canal locks Louisiana area. So that's the observed water level over 7 feet now. So that's getting pretty high, pretty dangerous. 7.72 actually is the present water level. As I look here below, you can kind of see that it's a little small, but we're kind of looking at this here together, and on the graph even, you can kind of just see how it shot up over the last little bit. So it's something that you just want to be cognizant of here as we're looking toward this region. We're also going to look at some other things here on this in just a moment. I have some other things I want to pop on up, but we'll go ahead and move away from that for now. We'll give you another look at the Doppler radar. I think we want to go over to power outages, as those numbers are really starting to shoot up now. They're not extreme yet, but just looking at this power outage.us information, we've seen it go from the 20,000 range, 30,000 range. Now we're in the high 40,000 range. So we'll go ahead and show you what is happening in toward this region now. And here we go. This is the perspective, and this is just from a few minutes ago, the information in here. You'll be able to see from the various power outage companies. As we look to Vermilion Parish, about 4,000 customers, but then Calcasieu, we'll get there in just a second. Cameron, 29, but you might want to ignore that because I'm kind of thinking it might have more than that. We don't have very many customers in that region overall, and the issues we had with Laura, it was just so disruptive there. That number might not be valid, but I would think the Calcasieu number would be pretty close to being accurate, and we're at 16,184 customers in the dark right now as we're getting toward that region, and that number will shoot up. I'm expecting that here, probably getting pretty close to what we saw at Laura, but hopefully, even if the infrastructure is damaged, hopefully the damage won't be maybe as severe. Because if these winds aren't as strong as what we saw with Laura, then maybe we'll be able to get this restored quicker, but still with the damage we already saw and things kind of patched together just based on having to get things back on, people without power for a few weeks in a widespread fashion. So we just have to be cognizant here that it's going to still take a pretty good while to get it back on once it goes out. But I'm expecting most of that parish to be without power here based on just everything that we've talked about here, with Laura being the antecedent storm. And then as we get to Beauregard Parish, you see about 5,000 or so customers in the dark right now. So just kind of looking at some of those. And you even see I'll move this mouse over. Let's go over to the east a little as we get toward areas toward central Louisiana. Almost as you're looking, you see one of these other parishes, about 7,500 customers in the dark. And I'll go ahead and broaden the map out here, and you see the overall view. You'll be able to kind of understand what is happening as this loads into the computer. You see Texas, about 50,000 customers in the dark right now. Other outages in other states. We had some storms up in the northeast the other day, and they're still getting the power back on there. But as we get to East Texas, this is quite a number in toward that region, meaning that we have over 100,000 storm-related power outages now as we get toward this area, it seems. You're talking about 10,000 customers in Orange, about 30,000 in Jefferson counties there as we're getting toward that region. So Louisiana, I think that updated even on us because we're talking about that number just jumping up here in the last few minutes. So yeah, this just updated on us here. As you add them together, it's over 100,000, and we just got that latest information in. You see Beauregard, about a third of that parish. Calcasieu's about the same, but then as we get toward Vermilion, you're seeing that number go up as well. So it's just going to continually change here as we get throughout the evening hours, as we continue to watch this storm system, this Category 2 storm. Even if it's a Category 1, it's really not going to matter. I mean, we had power out for a long time toward Tallahassee, and a Category 1 for me, and we didn't have an antecedent storm, and a lot of trees were around and knocked over, but we're going to have issues that are going to last a while here. And just piling on top of what we already saw there with Laura, unfortunately, it just adds insult to injury. If this storm was by itself, the weakening would really be good. We would still have quite a bit of an impact, but just having Laura and then this on top of it just makes things more dangerous and more potentially deadly. Unfortunately, that storm surge even can kind of get in a little bit into some of those spots that you wouldn't necessarily normally see it. So let me go ahead and pop myself back on camera once again. We're continuing to get those latest radar images at landfall here within the next couple of hours, it looks like, as we get toward this region. We also have some other things before I take a break and then come back here at 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern, the bottom of the hour. I want to go ahead and pop up a view here. I have some cameras that we can show you from the Louisiana 511 right now, at least while they're still working, because these may not work too much longer here, just because of everything that's happening with the storm system knocking out power. So this one's still working, so let me see if I can get it on the screen real quick for you. This is I-10 at US 90 out toward areas in Louisiana. I know that sounds familiar for those of you in Florida, but out toward Louisiana, we're talking about I-10 at US 90, a live look here. So let's go ahead and see that now. You'll be able to see this and just understand exactly what is going on with that camera shaking and with that rain on the lens. It's just going to get nastier and nastier here, and the sun will be going down too. Right now, at least the sun's up as we get maybe into some of the worst of this, and I'm honestly surprised we still have power. This might even be on some type of backup system, so that's something to kind of take into consideration as well. But at some point, we'll probably lose this camera. But again, this is the Louisiana 511 camera there at I-10 at US 90 in that Lake Charles metro area. You're just trying to get a perspective on what conditions do look like outside right now as we're getting toward that region that's being hardest hit here by the storm system. Lafayette's going to get into it pretty bad too, so we're watching as we look off toward the east as well. I see the daily maximum rainfall at Lake Charles. That's not that big of a deal in and of itself, but 6 inches or so is just a lot, adding on to what we already saw with catastrophic Laura. This storm system with Delta here, the first hurricane ever in the Greek alphabet here to make landfall in the U.S., only the second named storm to make landfall in the second season. We've needed to use that set. We're just going to have to be watching here as history is being made. So I'll go ahead and move this camera off the screen right now as we continue to monitor these images. You still see some traffic on the roads. I know we've already seen some accidents earlier, so you just got to be really careful there on the road as we're looking toward this region. Again, this is live images that we are watching from that I-10 camera there at US 90. We'll keep track of it, and if we can give you some more images out of this accident here that we are following with Delta, of course we will. But let's go ahead now and move away from that, and you'll be able to continue to follow along here as I come back here at the bottom of the hour with more information, gather that latest information really as we just look here. I know the latest out of the Hurricane Center at the top of the hour was talking about that eye wall of Delta moving on shore here in toward this region. So you just have to be really cognizant of what is going on there. The weather flow site there near Cameron recently reported a gust of 78 miles an hour. You see Cameron there on your screen. They've gotten through some of the worst of this, and then a spot there as we get over toward Texas Point, a gust of 74 miles an hour as well. Port Arthur, 71 miles an hour, or at least near Port Arthur at the Jack Brooks Regional Airport there. So that's a center that's giving us off that information. So again, I'm going to gather the details here. I think that's pretty much all we need to talk about for now, but I'll be back in about 10 more minutes with more information as we watch here a Delta come on shore. We actually do have a couple more graphics I can get to, but I think we'll go ahead and save those for our next update here in about 10 minutes, so stick with me. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest on our Hurricane Delta. Right now, a Category 2 storm. So, just watching here as the impact spread toward Lake Charles and into Lake Charles and toward Lafayette here as well. Looks like Lake Arthur getting some of the worst of this right now. As I look in the chat session, we're watching here as the storm surge values continue to be really serious. You even see it on the screen here where my mouse is. Hurricane storm surge there upwards of 8 feet, in fact, as we get toward the freshwater city area in Vermilion Parish. So just really nasty situation. Vermilion Parish there getting upward 8 feet of storm surge in toward that region. So you just have to be really cognizant of that. Roads flooded there as we get to Calcasieu Parish as well. Just north of Lake Charles, we're getting that report in. That's actually from the Weather Channel's Charles Peak there. So multiple roads covered with 1 to 2 feet of water, and just seeing that for several blocks there, not too far away from Evans Street. So just continuing to watch the situation as it does evolve here. Just continuing to track what is going on with this. We're going to get landfall pretty soon here, really soon. In fact, now we don't have the best radar presentation, but I mean, you kind of extrapolate here. We're going to be seeing that center of the eye, the lowest pressure here, probably maybe even a little quicker than what I said a little while ago in my article, as we're kind of watching the situation as it does evolve here, as we're seeing that landfall. It's going to be pretty soon. Let's go ahead and go to satellite right now. I'll be able to kind of put on where the center may be right now. You'll be able to kind of see where that is in the estimated form at least. And I'll go ahead and give you that on our GR Earth computer right now. You'll be able to see the center right in here where I put my indicator. That's only about 14 miles away, but this might even be a little bit closer because our center at 5 here to the south, and as you extrapolate, I mean, in 2 hours, that's on the coast at the current movement. So we may be seeing landfall here at any moment, really. I'll go ahead and check in with the hurricane center, at least I think by about 7 o'clock or so. Eastern time, 6 o'clock Central time. We'll be seeing that. We're just waiting for the latest update statements to get in from the National Hurricane Center as we look at some of these different viewpoints. We'll go ahead and take satellite off where you see all that action. You kind of see here that eye, some of it getting on shore, but that landfall occurs when you have the lowest pressure values in toward the spots here. In toward those spots on land. You're getting that center, the official center here of this hurricane, which will either be a Cat 1 or a Cat 2. It's really close. And we're going to go ahead and break that down right now here with our graphics. We'll go to that Saffir-Simpson wind scale, and now a Cat 1, Cat 2, sometimes, depending on where they hit, they're not extremely dangerous or devastating, but this storm surge here hitting in a vulnerable area, a vulnerable region, really, because of what happened with, of course, Laura there back on August 27th. Just so tragic what occurred in toward the region. We're talking about some to extensive damage here on that Saffir-Simpson scale, 74 to 95, the Cat 1, 96 to 110, which this is at right now at 100 miles per hour max sustain. That is a Category 2 that can produce some extensive damage, so we're just going to continue to watch for that. Let me go ahead now and put on our radar out of Fort Polk here. We're going to go ahead and give you another perspective. You see some of the strongest storms there as we get into toward the Jennings area too. This gives you a good view on a different color scale. You'll be able to see what is happening. So here's that right now. Lake Charles, you kind of get some of that action in toward that region. You see it Jennings, Lake Arthur, getting toward some of these spots over toward the east. We're getting toward Esterwood. So just be cognizant of what is happening there in toward those spots. We'll continue to give you the latest updates. Back to the graphic system we go right now, though. We're going to go ahead and move along and just talk about Laura. Now, that satellite presentation definitely was better. It was a stronger storm, a more dangerous one. But still, this one here just going to be adding insult to injury in toward the region. I mean, this was the first one, Cat 4, in toward that region in recorded history, and still a Cat 1 to Cat 2 doesn't happen very often. And we're just going to continue to look here in the chat as there's some new information in. There's a radar, an OU mobile smart radar that's being used near Lake Charles there. And I was trying to get that up a little while ago, but they're still working on the website. There's several looks like mesovortexes there, though. They're structured propagating around the eye wall in the area of most intense winds that have been consistently in the northeastern eye wall, so they'll continue to relay any messages they can give in the meantime. So let's go ahead and watch here as we're looking at Laura in history. You can kind of see how that structure was. This one not as well defined per se, but still we're getting some really strong winds being indicated, and we would get those in those areas where we have those mesovortexes. So we're just going to have to go ahead and watch here. We're going to have to go ahead and watch as we get toward that region. And now as we get toward Delta, just kind of comparing that here in history, we're talking about in comparison to Sally, Laura, Hannah, this may be actually a little bit less in terms of those overall wins than Sally had, but that one was strengthening up to landfall. This one's been weakening some, which is good again, but it's not going to make a huge difference, really. We're still going to determine some of this other information as we go, but what a hurricane season it's been as we look here at the flooding possible from Delta here. Some spots could get upwards of 15 inches of rain, so you just want to be cognizant. I know we're already seeing those flash flood warnings in play and a lot of that moisture here on the northern periphery even, so we're going to be watching that as it goes up toward Alexandria, and then as we get further to the part of the state there, not too far away even, I would think, from Ruston as we get into toward Louisiana Tech. So I just have to be watching there as we get toward areas of northern Louisiana even. So you even get some of that rain getting into Tennessee as well, maybe even to the mountains there as we're looking toward North Carolina. So I just have to be paying attention to that. But on the Greek alphabet, that kind of says it all, what type of hurricane season this has been. I mean, not as bad as 2005 where we had Katrina, but still terrible. And those folks in Southwest Louisiana, we just feel for them as they're getting so dangerous of conditions. Before we wrap this update up, again, we're watching that storm surge. We're watching some of the different camera views as it's getting pretty nasty still into this region of Louisiana. We're just going to see if we get any live ones right now, because at some point we're going to lose them. I might as well try to get these on here while we have them and can give you that perspective. So I'm trying to go through a few of them. Some of them aren't loading right now, but if I can get any of them live, we'll go ahead and show them to you, or at least one of these views. And unfortunately, I'm having some issues right now, but I'm going to click around. I might even have the one we showed you earlier still in the system to be able to give you that perspective. We shall see as we kind of move over toward the west a little bit here. It looks like we're having some issues. So we'll continue to watch here, continue to watch as we look at that region and try to give you that latest information on this hurricane toward Lake Charles. I know there's been quite a few accidents. People are trying to get out of there pretty quickly there as we're looking back to last night, especially with all the issues going on. A new wind report as we switch you over now. I think we're going to go back over to some of our radar technology, and even let's go to radar scope again because it's doing a real good job with this. And you'll be able to see South Mars, Sierra Augusta, 58 knots, and that 58 knot reading, that's severe, that 50 miles an hour is severe, 58 knots, we're talking about 67 miles an hour, so we're going to continue to watch here. I know 58 knots, 58 miles an hour, but this is actually getting up to 67 there on the reading as we're looking toward the storm. Landfall's imminent here in toward southwest Louisiana. We're watching that flash flood potential, that potential there of that storm surge is really the biggest threat right now. But there's damage and destructive winds occurring too. We also have to watch out for some spin-up tornadoes as we look even later tonight and tomorrow as well. I haven't seen too much of that here today, but we'll be continuing to pay attention and again give you those updates here at the top and bottom of each hour, and then as needed we'll break in as well for some more details. I'll be back here at about 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central with another update. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. We're just getting late breaking information in now that we have an official landfall here of a hurricane, Hurricane Delta. It's a Category 2 storm with maximum sustained winds of 100 miles an hour and at minimum central pressure there at 970 millibars. So it has gone up a little, indicating a little more weakening before landfall, but still a Category 2 hurricane over a spot that's been so impacted by Laura there, just the destructive nature of it here only about 6 weeks ago. So a Category 2 hurricane landfall here in southwestern Louisiana. We're just getting the information off the wire. We're zooming in. This is from what we saw a few minutes ago with the wind, but we're getting the landfall right here, not too far away from Cameron as well, Grand Chenier. You kind of get the idea as we're getting in toward this region, as we're looking toward areas around Creole, Louisiana. We're just going to continue to watch here. We're continuing to watch as we get the information in. As I know, we got a gust of hurricane force recently there at Lake Charles at 5:38 Central Time, a gust of 75 miles an hour there in toward Calcasieu Parish, and then Calcasieu Pass at 5:24, a gust of 89 miles an hour. So you're starting to see some of those hurricane winds translate into some of these communities. Getting a gust there to 50 knots at Beaumont in just the last few minutes in Beaumont proper. That's 58 miles an hour as we're looking off just a little bit toward the west there as we kind of get a scope here, the full scope of this storm. We look at that. So again, we're going to be watching this as it tracks toward Alexandria later. It tracks towards that region as we kind of go ahead and give you those wind field indicators here. Those wind field indicators, you can kind of see the strongest winds here a little while ago, and then we're watching as these move along, and you kind of get the idea of where they're going to be. I'll kind of move this over a little. We'll try to track this just a little bit better, but again, you kind of see here where some of the strongest winds will be as we kind of go back and forth here in the timeline. And speaking of just what is going on in the timeline, I know some of those cameras did go down as we look toward parts of Louisiana, but we do have a camera toward Lafayette we can pop up there. So let's go ahead and give you that right now, as we do have that in our system. It's still having some issues trying to get that in, so just bear with me. But we did just have this a second ago, unless we just lost power. It looked like we did lose power off toward the west, but we actually still have power toward Lafayette on some of these cameras right now. So we'll go ahead and give you that view now. You'll be able to see what is happening here on our other system. This is the Louisiana 511 camera, and you can actually see some of that wind blowing at some of that shower activity, these tropical downpours that are occurring. You can just see the wind within how they're flowing right now toward areas just west of Lafayette, Louisiana right now. Again, the Louisiana 511 camera, we're still seeing some people on the roads, if you can believe it or not. But again, we're just trying to give you that latest information here. Again, a live image. We lost those cameras off toward Lake Charles, it looks like, but you still see we have some of this as we're looking off toward the east, where they're going to be getting into some of the conditions a little more hazardous. Looks like we may be having some flashing lights even on some of the vehicles. So again, it just kind of goes to the nature here of what is happening on some of these semis even. We just have to be cognizant of what is going on here this evening, as things are going to be pretty dangerous out there. Again, we don't get these starts too often this close to a hurricane, as we're going to be losing power, but you still see some of the traffic out there. Of course, as we lose power, conditions become even more dangerous, and we can't get you the shot to that point. But seeing some more gusts here now, 64 knots there, 74 miles an hour at Beaumont, Port Arthur. So I'm just going to continue to watch here, continue to track. I'll go ahead now, and we'll take you off the camera mode for now, and I'll probably wrap this update up pretty soon, and I'll try to get some of that information out on Twitter about that landfall here in just a moment. We'll watch another vehicle there with some of the flashers on. This kind of goes to show you the nature of the situation here. It's pretty hazardous. These tropical downpours this evening. Excuse me. So just kind of bear with everybody as we do follow what is going on. I see Hurricane Hunter information still coming in a little bit, so might want to go over there to see what that is displaying here at this point. So we'll go over to GR Earth here, and you'll be able to kind of see some of this information as it does come in here. The lowest pressure 963 just a little while ago, and then some of these winds here right near the coast, some of these numbers here around 72 knots, it looks like, so 83 miles an hour, give or take. as we get toward the west 68 knots. So again, we're watching the Hurricane Center calling that landfall there in eastern Cameron Parish as a Category 2 storm at about 6 o'clock Central Time, a pressure of 970 millibars and winds of 100 miles an hour, folks. So definitely a nasty storm system. They're still feeling some of that impact as we're looking towards some of these other spots here as well. We'll go to our radar scope computer now. We'll try to give you that look at things. We'll give you that viewpoint here. You still see some of that accident toward Beaumont, Port Arthur. They got hit pretty hard by Laura. Not extreme damage, but again, another hurricane impact, at least a Cat 1 type impact out toward those regions here, Port Arthur especially. So they do not need that. And we're seeing some of the worst here off toward Jennings right now, and even moving into Lafayette. We had that camera shot there, and they're kind of getting into some of the worst of this storm here, too. So I might even pop that up one more time because we're probably not going to have that very much longer as we're getting some of these stronger winds translating to the surface, some of these brighter colors here that you're seeing on our Doppler radar technology. So you just have to continue to watch here, continue to watch the latest scans here. As again, we've had a landfall in eastern Cameron Parish around 6 o'clock there. A Category 2 storm with 100-mile-an-hour maximum sustained winds and a pressure of 970 millibars. So a storm here heading very close to what we saw Laura. This is Delta, the first hurricane in the Greek alphabet to ever make landfall here in the U.S. So a history being made, unfortunately, as this is our 5th hurricane as well in the U.S. this season, an impact, a landfall. As we go ahead now, and I'll go over to that camera view one more time in just a second. Again, we're looking at some of that information on your screen right now, but I think it's important just to kind of pop up some of our camera views while we still have them. I might even go to one a little further over if we can get that. If we can get that here on the computer, it looks like we're having some issues. So, okay, here's one. Let's pop this one on then. If I can go ahead and give you this, give you this angle here, as this is just east of Lafayette. So, let's go ahead and see that right now. We'll give you that viewpoint. And you kind of see some of that wind there, some of that rain as well. We're looking at the Bro Bridge there. So just want to continue to be cognizant here. Really don't want to be on bridges. I'm a little surprised we don't have something like this set down at this point. But you just got to be really careful in this situation here. Power's not out yet. So at least that's a good sign to some extent as we continue to watch here and look at what this hurricane does cause here towards some of these different communities. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour with more information. Again, an official landfall in eastern Cameron Parish just a few minutes ago of Hurricane Delta, a Category 2 storm. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with more information on our hurricane, which did make landfall here just a little while ago. I actually have the radar put up to that point here. Had that snapshot from here just a few minutes ago when it did make landfall in toward eastern parts of Cameras Parish. So let me go ahead and switch you over to our other camera view right now, and that is of the live radar as we're getting some of the worst that this storm has to offer in the Lake Charles area right now, Lake Arthur, Crowley, over toward Lafayette as well. It's a little hard to see, but really probably getting some of the worst just through Lafayette over the last few minutes. But it's kind of hard to guarantee exactly what is occurring because we're not getting the best radar view, but there might be a little bit of stronger action right in here in Vermilion Parish, pushing it up in toward Lafayette. I know we actually have a radar there, and it's going to be kind of hard to interpret, but the Oklahoma radar is back up. We can try to pull that up on your screen here, so let me go ahead and try to do that right now. This might not be the easiest thing to grasp, but we'll go ahead and put it on here and you'll be able to kind of get the perspective on where some of the worst actions have been over the last little bit. And I'll go ahead and try to put this into motion even so you kind of see what has been going on here in toward this area, and just kind of see some of the strongest action there around Lake Charles as we get here, not too far from Lafayette as we're looking here on the eastern edge, but some of the action into Lafayette isn't as significant, at least according to this radar. So that's at least a little bit of positive news as we just try to look at some different things, give you a little different perspective there. But I'll go ahead and come back on screen. It's a little jumpy, but we'll be able to kind of keep an eye on that just to see as that's a little bit closer and gives you a little bit better advantage really in terms of trying to peek under the hood on what is actually happening with this action there in toward Calcasieu, in toward Jefferson Davis, in toward areas there, Vermilion Parish as well. So just trying to kind of give you an idea of what is actually happening closer toward the ground level there. But again, if you're just tuning in, landfall did occur there about 30 minutes ago, eastern Cameron Parish. Let's go ahead now and look at some of the power outage information we have here. And we've really seen those numbers shoot up over just the last little bit. So poweroutage.us here does show we have now 169,251 customers in the dark. And you'll be able to see those areas, those vulnerable areas really being hit pretty hard here. As we get to Cameron, you're not going to get as good of a gauge because there's just so many issues still from Laura. But Calcasieu is about a third of that parish, and we'll continue to watch that number go up there as it's just a very nasty situation in toward that Lake Charles area, unfortunately. Beauregard Parish, about half the customers. Allen Parish, most of the customers now in the dark. Acadia Parish there, as we're looking toward Acadiana in general, we're talking about more than half of the customers. And then as we get toward Vermilion, most of the customers there as well. And even over toward the east, you see about a third of the customers. One of the parishes there, St. Martin a little bit less. But we're kind of looking here at some of these different numbers. Ascension, not too many right now, luckily, as we're getting closer there toward that Lafayette area. But we're just going to continue to watch here to see how things are going here, how they're evolving with this hurricane. Let's do a Category 2 storm. I see there's an update, a media report coming in there in toward the Church Point area, West Plaquemine Street, of a large tree down. So it's covering that area right now, unfortunately, and we're going to get more reports like that here as some of those trees that didn't come down during Laura, maybe those areas not getting hit as hard, depending on exactly where you're at. They're going to be coming down potentially in this storm, and that is really unfortunate. Maybe Laura weakening some of them too. It's just not a good situation overall. Even with a storm that's a borderline Cat 1, Cat 2, you're still going to have big time problems because the storm that preceded this one really did have some big time issues there that was caused from it. So you just really have to be paying attention here. Just have to be really cognizant as we're looking toward Lafayette. Maybe not quite as bad there as I'm going to pull up some other information. I have my other system here and I can pull up some of these wind gust reports too. This might help us out a little bit as we try to figure out exactly what is happening toward Lafayette there. And it's looking like that the winds aren't extremely strong there. The pressure's at 993 millibars, so they're getting maybe more of a tropical storm type impact in toward that region. So let me go ahead and show you the wind report there recently on the gust, only the 39 knots, which is still pretty high, but not maybe into that eye wall, 45 miles an hour, but contrast that with the report there near the Quincy, 46 knots. That's getting us up to 53 miles an hour. And in Lake Charles there, they've been having some issues with their reporting site as we're looking toward that area. Delayed report, 47 knots, but we've seen winds in that hurricane force range. Just looking here in the chat in the last little bit. So you just have to be really cognizant of what is going on there. Let's pop up radar scope again, and this is looking off that Fort Polk radar right now, and you'll be able to see what is happening here. Lake Charles over toward Crowley, Lafayette here, getting again into some pretty nasty action. I think the worst maybe just off to the west of Lafayette based on that wind report. But as I say that, I see we're getting some new information in here in the chat session, and this is also kind of verifying what I'm saying off toward the west there. Acadiana, 68 knots now on the gust, so we're talking about 78 miles an hour. So that's hurricane force type wind here as we're looking toward New Iberia and Acadiana there in Louisiana just moments ago. That wind coming on in, so you just have to be really cognizant. But it's not the easiest way to see exactly where the winds are here that are the strongest because of the angles we're looking at different things from, but just trying to kind of guesstimate here. Maybe some of the stronger winds as I draw this on here, maybe kind of like right in here, something I'm drawing off the screen a little, and let me kind of draw it back down as we kind of fill that over. And actually, I don't think you see what I'm doing, so let me go ahead and zoom out just a little bit more. So let me draw this one more time. So let's go ahead and show you maybe some of the stronger winds right in there. It's hard to say for certain, but just trying to get a gauge at what is happening here, and then maybe some of the worst right here in this area in that northeastern part of that eye wall maybe. Just kind of trying to guess here exactly what is going on because we can't really get the best look at the winds. I know the OU radar is kind of looking at some of that, and they were saying some of the velocity values have been dropping a little, but I'm not used to looking at radars like that as mobile Dopplers, so it might be kind of hard to even interpret exactly what is going on. I'll just kind of relay their reports on those wind speeds as they're going under the hood there and trying to figure out exactly what is happening in toward that area. So I'll go ahead and come back on camera now. We'll pop up our weather stem camera as we get toward Baton Rouge here. They're getting gusts, it looks like there. I know they had to move their football game. Louisiana State did up toward Missouri, playing there tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. I guess the 30 knots recently there, so we're talking about 35 miles an hour. And we'll go ahead and pop up the LSU weather stem camera right now, Baton Rouge, and you'll be able to see what is happening with some of those darker skies in store. Nothing too significant, but you see a power in play there as we're not too close to the worst of this at least, but we'll see some of those conditions deteriorate as we look ahead in the timeline. And I see where that New Iberia sensor is as we go ahead and move away right now. We'll go ahead and pop up our other tool again here, pop up radar scope, I think. Or actually, we don't have radar scope up right now. We'll just go over directly to GR Earth, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about this way. I'm off the screen, but you kind of get the idea of what I'm talking about here with that sensor. You can actually see some of that information here at the airport. What I was just talking about, that 68 knot gust popping up there. So we might actually be getting into that eye wall. It's just hard to tell exactly because we're not getting the best vantage points here in the Doppler. You're kind of having to guess here on exactly what is happening because we're having to look further up here than we normally would, and you're not getting the way here of actually seeing maybe what type of winds are getting closer to the surface. So it's kind of challenging here, but it does seem that we're getting some of the stronger wind in toward that area there as we're looking off toward the east. So we'll go ahead now and put me back on camera. I think that's the best vantage point we can offer there as we're looking at dear Earth right now. Again, looking at weather stem, we're continuing to watch here. We're continuing to watch some of those different angles here as we get to work some of those different cameras. So I'll be here, another update at the top of the hour as we've seen the landfall occur and some of those worst conditions moving into Lake Charles and Lafayette right now. Stay tuned, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with the latest information on our Hurricane Delta, the latest advisory just coming out from the National Hurricane Center. And we do have the storm now categorized as a Category 1 storm there with max sustained winds down to 90 miles an hour. That pressure, I'll go ahead and look at the advisory here and give you those full details. That pressure is rising here overall, and it's up to 971 millibars. And we're looking here at the storm surge warning being discontinued from areas like High Island, Texas, as Sabine Pass, but the storm surge warning does still remain in effect from areas east of Sabine Pass there to the mouth of the Pearl River, and that does include Calcasieu Lake from Million Bay as well. So still seeing some of that storm surge in the region. I know heavy rain's falling too as we're looking toward Lake Charles, over 9 inches now today, and luckily some of that rain accidents will be moving out of that region here pretty soon as we're probably going to get some drier air here on the backside overall, though the radar doesn't sometimes give you the best view of this. And I'm going to go ahead and switch you over to another one of our radars we have right now, another perspective at least. We're going to go over to that radar as we're looking up toward Fort Polk, and you kind of see you don't have much on the backside, but we are looking further up. Let me go to Houston radar to see if we can kind of give you a better look, because we're kind of having to play radar whack-a-mole here, unfortunately, because we're not getting the best angle here of some of this action because of the lack of radar in Lake Charles. I know there is a mobile Doppler in toward that region, but the lack of radar does hurt. As I know, just seeing some information in the chat here a little while ago, about an hour or so ago, there was a gust of 95 miles an hour in that Lake Charles area, as I've been referencing some of that nasty weather moving through there. At this point, you're not going to see too much off that radar out of Houston as we're looking to the north here, as this Fort Polk radar does kind of help us tell the story as we're getting toward Lake Charles, toward Jennings, Crowley, and this is going to even be going further up. I mean, this is a quicker mover than we've seen with some of our storms. It's a bigger storm in some regard, but luckily the backside isn't as organized. I'll pull up satellite now. This might kind of help us see what is happening here. And yeah, you can definitely see the bottom side of the storm kind of coming apart to an extent, and that's what we like to see. You're not getting as much action here overall as we're trying to look at some of our different satellite images right now. I'll go ahead and isolate this so we'll get a little bit quicker look at things. As you saw those winds there, you can kind of see some of that action, and again, you're just seeing the bottom side. You're not as organized, and that is some good news. Don't need any more of the dangerous extreme weather than we're already getting in toward this region as we're looking toward the New Iberia Acadiana Regional Airport. We had a gust of 75 knots not too long ago, so talking about those winds there getting upwards of 86 miles an hour, and getting some flooding reports in there in the ward. It looks like Jefferson, Davis, Paris as well. The gust again that we talked about earlier toward Lake Charles. And really though, some of the worst of the storms are already starting to lift through those areas just that quickly. I mean, this storm not hanging around quite as long here with the worst like what we saw during our other storm system with Laura, but you still have some nasty weather on the backside, and you'll still have to get through, don't get me wrong, but this isn't as organized as what we saw with Laura, and that's the good news at least, but still going to cause and is causing big time issues with storm surge to 9 feet. I mean, that's still pretty bad, but as we kind of compare and contrast satellite images right now, we'll go over to what it looked like here during Laura. It was just the most well-defined textbook hurricane with that pressure in the 930s. This right here, not as significant overall in terms of that. But again, it doesn't take that big of a, or that significant of a hurricane to cause big-time issues when there's just debris lying around and damage and people really living in temporary housing. It's just not a good situation overall. And this is just a situation where you're just going to be seeing these areas that are really fragile and vulnerable being impacted severely. As we look toward Lafayette, I do want to mention that looking at some different things, I think the wind reading out of Lafayette's having some issues because just kind of looking, we have radar issues, we have wind gauge issues, but I think Lafayette's getting worse weather than what we've been kind of maybe even trying to lead on with here, because some of the different reports there, even I was looking in on some of the coverage there out of Lafayette, and the chief meteorologist at KATC TV was just talking about this as well. He thinks the gust, and has seen some of the gust there in toward the Lafayette area higher, it seems, in toward that region. Because the overall scenario also would lend itself with the winds with Jennings up to 68 knots 6 to 70 miles an hour. New Iberia at 75 knots. We're talking about in that 80 something mile an hour range, 86. And then up to the north even we're seeing 34 knots. So these numbers just kind of don't add up as we're looking toward Lafayette. I think you're kind of still in that eye wall and getting some of the worst that our storm does have to offer here, unfortunately. Let's go over right now to radar scope. We haven't been over here in a little bit. So let me give you some of that perspective right now as we're looking off the Fort Polk radar, as this can kind of give you a better vantage point. And we'll go ahead and give you that right now. As you do see Lake Charles, Lafayette here, once this kind of lifts away, you don't have as much on the backside. Now there is some, but you're not seeing it, and it's not as well defined as the front side here. That's to 60 recently. There to New Iberia, Katie, Anna, that's not. So we're talking about 69 miles an hour in toward that region just a few minutes ago. And I know we were looking at the camera there around the city of Breaux Bridge, and just kind of clarifying it's actually a city there. I just want to make sure I kind of clarify that as we're looking. But again, just trying to give you that latest information here. As we do so, we're going to go ahead and pop away right now, I believe. I think we're losing a few frames. So let me go ahead and see what we can do right now about that, as we are at the top of the hour and we're also getting some of that new information in here. So let me see what is happening right now in some of our tools. I think what we want to do right now is switch you over here towards some of our different images right now. Let's go to power outage data, and you'll be able to kind of get a glimpse on what is happening in toward the region. And this is kind of helping us get a gauge on exactly how things are being impacted on a local level. So as we get down here toward areas like Calcasieu Paris, we're talking about 37,000 customers in the dark now. Little surprised it's not higher, but could have some reporting issues. Maybe we're not getting the power outage numbers to an extent of what we saw with Laura. The damage won't be, but we just have to be really cognizant. Things are really fluid. As we look toward the east, we're looking at some of these numbers pretty high here as well. Acadia, Paris, that's about 20,000 customers in the dark. Vermilion, almost all the customers. As we look toward the east, the number's not as extreme as we're getting closer toward Baton Rouge and even down there as we're looking toward Lafayette. But you just have to be watching here exactly what is going on. I'll continue to give you more updates here. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. Now I'm going to try to give you an image here real quick. Just bear with me here real quick. We're going to try to give you an image outside there before the sun really gets down even more, because I know we're losing a few frames and I just kind of want to gather some new details. But we're going to lose these cameras here soon, really, as we're not going to see much, and really it's getting too dark already right now. But I was just looking at them a few minutes ago. We're starting to see some of the action here. And we're going to try to load some of these on. These cameras are being kind of, I guess you could say, just kind of annoying to some extent here. So let me go ahead and pop this up right now. You can kind of see what is happening. It's getting pretty dark, so we'll probably just kind of go over these here in the next half hour as we give you those latest details here on what is happening. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest information on our Hurricane Delta. Now, a Category 1 storm adds the latest update there, the intermediate advisory from about 30 minutes ago. As you're still watching this storm move inland here, north-northeast is the direction here, about 14 miles per hour. You see Lafayette, and they're getting into some pretty nasty acts, and also Jennings, Lake Charles even, just based on some media reports, still getting into this accent pretty severely. And I mean, seeing number 69 knots here recently. So that's 79 miles an hour. So still hurricane conditions. And unfortunately, it looks like the story from this storm system will be in toward Lake Charles, where they're just getting hit for a second time. Now the wind's not as strong as what we saw with Laura, but it's just going to move that debris around and cause some big time problems there. And this really cause bigger issues overall than they already had. Just kind of pile on top of things here. In toward that region, in toward Calcasieu Parish. So I know we're looking at some of these other spots here as well, and we're just continuing to follow the latest information. Let me go ahead now and go to our radar scope computer, and we'll be able to try to give you a little bit different perspective here. I'm getting that loaded on in as I see quite a few flash flood warnings that are in play right now, and we'll be able to kind of give you that viewpoint here at the very moment. And see here off of Fort Polk that this accent is moving off here again to the north-northeast as we've been talking about. And you see areas here as we're getting towards some of these other parishes further in, getting some pretty heavy rainfall. Again, these flash flood warnings in play. Now, luckily, there's not as much rain here on the backside. Really not seeing too much at all in general here on the Doppler imagery right now. But we are seeing quite a bit of wind still reaching the surface as we've seen toward Lake Charles, and that's unfortunate. Still having that storm surge here. Now we're not going to have to worry about that as much as the low pressure moves further in, but still watching that potential here, that flooding and storm surge potential here as we are looking down toward the south and east here of the center, especially where that fetch of moisture is also trying to take hold. But we'll pop on the New Orleans radar to see if we can kind of get a better look at that. And you can kind of see some moisture trying to come in further off toward the east, but it's really hard to get a good look at it. But we'll have to see if any of that activity rotates, as that would be a more favorable area for some tornadic action as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline here. So just continue to watch that. Let me go ahead now, look here at our regular view again. We'll go ahead and put on our wind indicators to kind of see where that center is, and you can kind of get an idea that it may be right in there southeast of Lake Charles, but maybe also getting a little closer here to that white indicator there where we're seeing some of those winds there, Jennings there between Crowley and Lake Charles as we're looking on I-10 right now. So we're just going to have to watch to see how this does evolve. That eye, not too well defined on here. And as I go over to satellite, we'll pop on the local view of that. And you can kind of see most of the action here kind of coming in or breaking apart. But we're still talking about winds there in that 90-mile-an-hour range, give or take. So still something that's pretty substantial here. Let me go ahead now and look at that power outage information now as we get over 200,000 now that are in the dark, 200,000 customers in the dark here right now. We're continuing to watch this very carefully as this evening does move by, as the evening does continue to progress here. These numbers continue to go up. Unfortunately, Cameron Parish there really impacted by Laura, but then Calcasieu also impacted, and this number might even be on the low side a little bit here, but it's still on about half of the customers in the dark in toward Calcasieu. And then Beauregard, we're getting toward about 3/4. As we get toward Allen, most of the customers, Jefferson Davis, majority there. Acadia, the majority there as well, and then Lafayette, a little bit less. So that's some good news at least, but we still have to watch and just watch as these numbers go up. And then I haven't seen this in a while, but let's go ahead and broaden the view and go to Texas here, as we have over 100,000 customers in the dark there, as eastern Texas has been affected here. As this does go up toward the east, we're going to see some of those impacts decline there, but let me go ahead and see some of these neighborhoods here and some of these counties. We're talking about almost 70,000 in Jefferson County near Beaumont, and then as we get toward Orange County, about half the customers as well. So that's something that those folks just have to concentrate on and deal with once again, because they were impacted by Laura, and now we're seeing that toward Beaumont with quite a few power outages. I know some of that wind getting on that western side. I know I talked about Lake Charles, but getting to Beaumont maybe a little more than what we were expecting here. They were under the hurricane warning though, and you always have to take heed when you're under something like that. But getting a little more on the western side is interesting from a meteorological standpoint here. We thought we would get some of that on the northwest side, but getting further off toward the west, getting into some of these power outages further out there in East Texas. Definitely something that is noteworthy there. As I go ahead now, we'll pop up some more images that we have. I know we have some different camera angles right now, different viewpoints we have in our system. It'll take me just a moment. I took them away here a little while ago because we're having some issues. But let me go ahead and see if we can get some of this up here right now. We'll pop up some of this traffic information here that you can kind of see with your own eyes, really, as we try to give you that visual. And we'll pop this up. I know Lake Charles, the image is not coming in, but we do have them off toward the east here as of a few minutes ago, at least, as we're getting down here in toward the area. You can kind of see what is happening here from that viewpoint, really, not just me kind of describing it or looking at radar satellites. You can actually get a look at what is happening here, and that's always important in these situations as we're looking at Interstate 10 right now. Definitely interesting to see exactly what is going on here. As I know, we're just trying to give you that perspective that everybody wants to see, really, just to kind of figure out exactly how these different communities are being impacted here. And we got one of these angles. I know we're going to lose a few more frames, but I think it's important to kind of go over to this right now. You can see this is I-10 at the Ambassador area there as we're looking live at this viewpoint. Again, you're trying to kind of get that gauge for how the conditions are, and you see those trees kind of blowing around. So just have to, and the camera as well, you just have to take heed. Still some vehicles out on the road, but just a dangerous night there overall. So we'll continue to watch that here as we just see some of that rain trying to come down as well. The road's kind of wet out there, so just have to take it easy as this is a pretty nasty situation. Though at least the power's on at this location, at least. Again, not the store as we're looking into where some of these other spots though, and that is unfortunate, of course. But now I'm going to go ahead and take you away from that. We'll move away from that tool that we have there with the Louisiana 511 cameras, and we'll be able to show you again that satellite imagery of the region. Now let's pop up our weather stem camera. I have this one in here. This is toward Baton Rouge here right now. You'll be able to see what is happening as we're getting toward that area. And they're more in the periphery, but they're still getting some of the impacts here. And seeing some of those clouds kind of coming into play here. So just got to be watching here to see how things are going to be changed there as we're looking ahead with some maybe power outages coming into play. Maybe some isolated tornadoes still a threat. So I just kind of focus on some of these different images here as we're looking out and about. And I'll go ahead and now take off satellite. We'll put on the outlook here for some tornadic potential. And you can see still over toward New Orleans, Gulfport, Hattiesburg. We're going to watch here. No mesoscale discussion as of now, but kind of just have to watch to see if we get some type of severe weather watch to come into play here, as we even have a marginal risk all the way to Montgomery, and we'll watch to see even just bordering our area tomorrow. An isolated tornado not out of the question as we're looking in toward Alabama and maybe the Florida Panhandle a little bit. Just continue to watch here as the situation does evolve to see how things do change. Right now, our severe threat's really low, almost zero, depending on where you're at. I mean, it's pretty much zero in many spots, but non-zero as we're looking further toward that Alabama-Georgia border, for instance. Pay attention. We'll cut in, of course, if there's a tornado warning anywhere in our covered area of North Florida, South Georgia. So just kind of concentrate on that threat as you're looking further off toward the west. Here's radar scope again right now. Just giving you that other angle there. This is off the Houston radar, and you can kind of see some of that moisture here off toward the west. We'll continue to watch. We'll continue to look here as you get some of that action there, even in toward eastern Texas, definitely being impacted there. So just kind of pay attention, and we'll continue to give you those updates here as needed. We're getting toward Alexandria, for instance, with some of the impacts here as well. So I'll be back at the top of the hour with more information as we continue to watch our Category 1 storm. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. As I just wanted to cut in real quick because we do have a flash flood emergency that's just been issued there out of the Lake Charles office. It's for eastern Calcasieu, western Jefferson Davis, and also southern Allen parishes right now. So we're watching as we're getting images here out of the Doppler radar up at Fort Polk, and this flash flood emergency here in play for the next little while. The warning as a whole that goes for a little bit wider area goes until 1 a.m. So we'll be watching this flooding threat even after the rain kind of ceases here. We'll have to just continue to watch to see how things are impacted as already such a vulnerable area due to Laura and now an emergency situation because of the flash flooding that is ongoing here. So just wanted to cut in real quick. I know we're just trying to give you that latest information here as Lake Charles is being impacted by the storm system, a flash flood emergency in play, as some totals have indicated numbers there upward about 16 inches of rain has fallen here. So just got to really use that caution there if you're still in that area, and remember to turn around, don't drown. I'll be back at the top of the hour with more information. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with the latest information on Hurricane Delta, a Category 1 storm now with a max sustained winds around 85 miles per hour with that latest update from the National Hurricane Center. And you are kind of looking at the structure here. You see that it's mainly a northern dominant type structure overall, which is some good news. Not as much on the backside in terms of the rain at least, but there's still some wind being noted as we've kind of seen on that western side at least. And we also have to keep in mind that the radar images aren't the best here as we're looking on some different radars, different angles of things. But I know as we look toward a center there in the Acadiana area, New Iberia, talking about a gust of 78 knots was just recorded. So we're talking about winds there as we get upwards of, it looks like about, I mean, that's 78 knots. That means 90 miles per hour. So getting really high numbers still in some of these spots there. And for perspective, I'll go ahead and show you our wind gust map here on our GR Earth computer. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about, and you'll be able to kind of get a gauge on what is happening here. I'll even point this out for you if you're just kind of tuning in. So what we're talking about is right in there. You see some of these stronger winds with these white indicators. You see a stronger one toward the west there, another one. And we're just having to watch here now as we get in the eye. Some of this should kind of calm down, but this storm system's been kind of spreading that wind around, as you see, even up to Alexandria now in Rapides Parish. We're talking about winds to 46 knots, so that means 53 miles an hour as we're getting to areas impacted by Laura as well with that inland wind impact, as we really saw quite a bit of power outage issues as we got up toward that region even further to the north. We have to watch for Monroe later as they go ahead and put that track on. You can see some of that wind energy coming up there, but as we get further, especially out of Louisiana, we'll be seeing that wind impact decline some, and those power outage numbers shouldn't be as significant. But as we get all the way through Louisiana, we really still have to watch, because you just never know, as you're definitely going to get at least some power outages, if not a lot of power outages, because of areas being vulnerable there because of Laura, as things kind of had to be done just to get the power back on to some extent. But let me go ahead and go over to our Fort Polk radar again here on our radar scope technology, and you'll be able to see what's happening right now. You'll be able to get a better vantage point on how things are looking there, as you kind of see here some of these spots. I mean, getting into some of this as we're looking up toward the north here, Oakdale, Elizabeth, Turkey Creek, and even up here toward Alexandria now, getting into some of the worst weather they've seen. Again, a different TV market there, Rapides Parish. We've been talking about Lake Charles television market here, Lafayette as well. Lake Charles hit so badly by Laura there, and they're getting into it and have gotten into it again, unfortunately, in toward that region in Calcasieu Parish. It's so unfortunate here in 2020. I mean, things are just happening all over the place that are so bad, even here in the weather world as well. And just have to be cognizant of how things are recurring here. They're just really kind of dangerous overall still in toward that region as we kind of watch that backside, maybe even going through there on that western fringe, because as this is moving off toward the north-northeast, I'll kind of try to draw this off here. You kind of get an idea of generally how this is moving. That might not be the exact direction compass-wise, but you get the idea. We're just going to continue to watch here as this kind of come back in there. We'll just have to watch to see how these communities are being impacted here. Based on what we're seeing on that radar scope technology here as well. I'll go ahead and put myself back on camera again, seeing Lake Charles still being impacted by these strong winds. I mean, these numbers impressive. 5-foot emergency ice swim play I cut in about a few minutes ago. Seeing those totals really high as we're looking toward areas here around Jennings, for instance, upward of 10 inches according to radar, but there was a report of more than 15 inches here in this general vicinity as well. So just got to be really cognizant here overall as we're getting these yellow colors, which are indicative of rainfall amounts at least over 7 inches, as indicated by the Doppler radar technology. So just watching here the wind field overall, you're going to see that kind of still be impactful, but those strong winds, that area of that very strong hurricane type wind will start to fade away here as we are looking ahead in the timeline. As you see, even those tropical force winds kind of become more diffuse, I guess you could say, here as we're looking toward tomorrow. That's actually tomorrow afternoon. So just going to be watching here as this does move on in and weekend overall. And we're just going to continue to look at a tornado threat here as well. As we kind of broaden that view out, you can see as we look toward New Orleans, for instance, they're getting some pretty strong winds, 41 knots. So we're getting upwards of, it looks like 47 miles an hour there. So that's some of the strongest wind they've gotten as we get toward that region there in southeastern Louisiana. And gotta watch out for a spin up tornado or two as you have that friction here with this band kind of coming on in. You just have to watch for a spin up isolated tornadic signature popping on up here. As you see some of these wind reports with some trees down even in toward this vicinity. Of course, you're just going to have more damage toward the west and more damage that's indistinguishable between what you have with Laura and with Delta. But as we go over towards some other maps now, I have power outage information in Texas for you. The numbers still are going up there as you're starting to see some of that retreat from Beaumont there a little bit, but you're still getting into some of that action in southeastern Texas. And the power outage numbers kind of tell that story here. As you get toward Jefferson County here, switching from our counties to our parishes back and forth, but this is in Texas, so we're talking about counties, 71,663 customers in the dark right there near Beaumont. And then as we get toward Orange County there, about half the customers in the dark as well. So just a nasty situation, and then broaden the view out. Louisiana, of course, getting the numbers really twice as much there. In terms of the customers out of power at the very moment. You see Cameron, you see Calcasieu, some of those numbers here. Calcasieu is about half the customers right now that are in the dark, so just have to be cognizant of that going on up. Unfortunately, this is getting kind of reminiscent. Looking at this map like that's what we saw with Laura, but you got to remember the vulnerable areas are being taken advantage of. The fragile regions being taken advantage of here by Delta, our first Greek hurricane to ever make landfall here in the U.S. We only use that name twice, and the first Greek hurricane, I know Beta was our first Greek storm to ever hit as we were looking back earlier in the season toward Texas here in the U.S., but again, just watching these numbers go up, we were expecting this, and we're seeing it to come to fruition. Unfortunately, even over toward Baton Rouge, you're seeing some of these numbers go up some as well. We'll watch to see how those numbers do evolve. And just got a report of a gust of 94 at the Lake Charles ASOS, so that kind of tells you there what is happening in toward that region. We're still getting those really strong winds. That is not what you want to hear about, not what you want to see. Just a real dangerous situation in toward Lake Charles still, and that's just causing all that debris to fly around. I mean, it's knocking out windows possibly. I mean, those power lines so vulnerable. I've heard of some power poles coming down. You're just going to have all sorts of issues, and this is just aggravating this recovery process from Laura, causing new damage. You also have to keep in mind with the power out like it is, you just got to be careful and remember generator safety. Remember that safety after the storm, because that's when you unfortunately lose a lot of lives here in these scenarios. As we saw with Laura, you can have that poisoning, that carbon monoxide poisoning come into play. You just got to know how to use that generator properly if you're going to use one, because it's just really, really serious, that threat that you see after the storm. You sometimes can get people overheated, even as we were looking ahead in the timeline. And we'll just have to watch to see how that kind of evolves here, because I know getting some of that warm air toward at least College Station, as we're looking toward, I know, Florida and Texas A&M tomorrow playing in college football, and they're going to be getting in those upper 80s, lower 90s with some windy conditions, but getting on that backside there, that's not a good sign, really, maybe for what we're going to see off toward the east. Again, I haven't dove into the numbers too much for Louisiana, but that kind of gives you an idea. We have some warm air in the vicinity, and could make that cleanup process and that recovery process exhausting, pretty similar to what we saw with Laura. You don't normally see numbers that high as we get toward October. So definitely unfortunate as we continue to watch here with Delta. These numbers just continue to go up here toward Louisiana, toward Southwestern Louisiana. Again, this is from poweroutage.us. We're looking at this information. I'm going to refresh this, and I suspect here, just based on the trends, we're going to get over 250,000 now. And well, actually, we haven't got the latest update, but I'm sure the next update here will be getting us right at that 250,000 with that power number. So I just don't want to see that, your customer number going on up here in toward Louisiana tonight. And we're going to see this kind of spread here as we're looking toward that northeastern part of the state even. We'll just have to continue to watch. We'll just have to continue to track it. I'll go ahead and put myself back on camera now as we wrap this update up. We're trying to give you some different perspectives here, and I have some different things I can show you. I know we have those cameras. I think we'll wait the next half hour to do that as we try to give you some different angles, or at least later on in the coverage, just depending on how we do things, as we still have some of that imagery coming out of that Lafayette area. So stay tuned. I'll see you back here at the bottom of the hour. That's around 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern. We have a Category 1 storm here. Those maximum sustained winds down to 85 miles an hour. But earlier tonight, this storm did make landfall with those winds of about 100 miles an hour, which makes it, at least as of now, before post-analysis, the third strongest hurricane to make landfall in the U.S. this year based on those maximum sustained winds. Stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe out there. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour as we continue to give you the latest on a Hurricane Delta. It is a Category 2 storm now, and I'm looking at some of the latest information behind the scenes here. You do see our system as it continues to trek here northeast at about 14 miles an hour. As the last check, I'll go ahead and look at the advisory just to clarify that, as we did get an update here just a little while ago. An update from the National Hurricane Center, in fact, on the exact coordinates for this storm. And also those wind speeds are down to 85. That northeast movement's out 15 miles an hour to be precise. That pressure 971 millibars. So just trying to give you some of that added perspective here. As we go ahead and broaden the view out, you'll be able to see what is happening here as we go to our radar scope computer. You can see some of that moisture still pushing further in here, and some of that wind energy still evolving here across the region. We're still getting some of that wind there in Lafayette and toward Lake Charles, Jennings as well. Widespread power outage issues, even quite a few power outages, really widespread power outages toward Beaumont, as they already got through some of the worst of this here on that western side. They're starting to improve now in toward extreme southeastern Texas, so that's some good news for those folks. But one place that's deteriorating, getting into deteriorating conditions right now is Alexandria. And we're looking up that way because they just got a gust there toward 51 knots. So we're talking about winds there about 59 miles an hour in toward Alexandria. We'll try to look at velocity, but you're not probably going to get a good look at things because of the overall scenario. You see the wind energy in general coming up here and moving on into some of the stronger winds maybe to the south here, but we're still watching this hurricane against a Category 1 storm. We're just watching to see how it does evolve here. Eventually, it's going to weaken to a tropical storm, but we're still going to have some power outages with it as it does trek here inland northeast at 15 miles an hour now. And we'll just watch to see how ultimately it kind of comes apart. But it's still going to have that moisture with it. We still have a pretty low pressure, and that causes issues in general here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. I'm coming back on camera now as we're looking at some different things here. We'll go ahead and go over to our other Doppler where you can kind of see some of the higher rain rates as we get in toward our GR level 3. And you see toward Rapides Parish, Evangeline Parish. We're getting into some of this here as well. We're looking here as we're looking into where some of these spots. It might be Evangeline Parish, actually. I apologize. I'm trying to pronounce these on the fly here, but I was doing some research, and I believe that's Evangeline Parish as we get down there toward the south of Alexandria. So we're going to continue to watch here. St. Landry's starting to get out of some of this. Allen's doing some of this action there, though, as well. We'll continue to watch here as we go ahead and watch the progression here of some of these winds. Some of these winds still trying to reach the surface here, as we've alluded to. Just looking at some different things. I've been looking at some of the different cameras here behind the scenes as well, and we're seeing more and more of those go down as we lose power. But I'm going to try to go closer toward Baton Rouge at this point, just because we've lost so many, even in toward the Lafayette area, which kind of shows you the type of conditions they've been seeing out there. We still have a few, though there's some of them not the greatest shots. I might go ahead and pop one of them on, but we're not seeing the best views. Maybe some power out in the general area, or just not really getting the best shot, best look at things here on I-10 as we're moving toward Baton Rouge with some of these cameras right now. I do have some of them that are available. So let's just pop this one on. It's not really showing you much at all, but if I can get it on the screen, we'll go ahead and go over to it. It's there. You can see the camera moving at least. So I-10 at Whiskey Bay here. This will be one perspective we have on our computer system right now. You'll be able to look outside, and it's kind of hard to really see. I don't even have it aligned quite right, but you get the idea here. We're just kind of seeing things shake around. You can kind of see that movement a little bit, and it's kind of at the top of your screen. It's kind of off the screen, but there's actually even some emergency lights there in play. I'll go ahead and take it off of full screen. You can kind of see what I'm talking about there. So again, we're looking at this on that camera view. You see another car coming in the view. You see that kind of shakiness. We'll get back full one more time, and it kind of gives you a better viewpoint of that there. I-10 at Whiskey Bay as we're headed from Lafayette to Baton Rouge there on I-10. We're just looking at some of those different conditions that are pretty hazardous there tonight. So I'll go ahead and pop myself back on camera now as we're just trying to give you some different views. I know sometimes it helps to actually be able to see some of these camera views versus me just showing the radar or satellite, something like that, because it kind of adds that perspective here on these nasty conditions overall here. And the worst conditions you're not going to see images of live probably because they're just knocking out that power. And these numbers continue to go up. We're over 250,000 customers in the dark, nearer 275,000 now in the state of Louisiana. So let's go over here. I'm just trying to look at some of the latest information or details as we get them in right now. You'll be able to see Calcasieu Parish, about half the customers in the dark. As we get down toward Cameron, we're going to watch that area, Acadia, Vermilion, all of Acadiana here. Royal watching this scenario as it does evolve this evening as these numbers go up, and you're seeing these numbers even up toward the east go up quite a bit. St. Mary Parish, a few thousand. St. Martin's up to about 7,000. Some of these other spots here toward Baton Rouge, even seeing some outages. I know there was some thought trying to maybe play the LSU game there tomorrow, but that got changed earlier in the week because it just was deemed safer to go ahead and move that game to Missouri. And seeing some of this power outages off to the east and just having the resources kind of spread thin is probably a good idea because there'll still be some issues even if they're not getting the full brunt of the storm in the word Baton Rouge. It's just still pretty dangerous there overall. You have a team traveling in, and it's probably the best that they moved that game. I know some other games changed as well. You always gotta play things on the safe side here as we're looking ahead into the timeline. I believe Coastal Carolina was going to be coming down there toward Lafayette to play a game there tomorrow, but that got pushed to Wednesday as of last check. So I just got to make those necessary decisions. Lafayette for sure being impacted here, and it wouldn't have been safe to have a game involving that team here tomorrow as we're looking toward that area in Acadiana. So as I go ahead and come back on camera now, we're looking here at those flash flood warnings in play. And you're seeing Alexandria and Rapides Parish get into some of the more dangerous action now. Looking at some of these winds, I see Alexandria now 51 knots. We've been kind of alluding to some of these numbers, so I'll just kind of emphasize that. 51 knots gives us 59 miles an hour. Still, even in this area here where the rain's not really showing up. I mean, Lafayette, that center actually is giving us numbers there upwards of 65 knots, 75 miles an hour. And then down here to the south, the New Iberia area, we're talking about 71 knots, and that gets us 82 mile an hour winds. That kind of gives you perspective. Even Lake Charles, 69 knots, that is winds there to 79 or so miles per hour. So again, we're just continuing to watch this. Let me go over to our radar scope perspective. We kind of have been looking at this here over the last little bit, but let me pop it up one more time before I wrap this update here up for the time being. And we'll look here toward these areas as you're starting to see some of the moisture spread. Less moisture to the south, but still getting very strong winds that are going to take advantage, unfortunately, of those vulnerable structures. Those trees may be falling down. I see reports even in the Rapides Parish talking about that rain, though. That's also causing issues as well. Alexandria, some street flooding in that general vicinity. Vehicles even being stranded, as we already were seeing some of those reports closer to the coast. So going to have that inland impact as well, being felt. Of course, Lake Charles is so serious, water and homes there. We've been getting some of those reports in over the last little bit, so just got to be cognizant there as we're looking ahead. Numerous reports of flooding there across the town of Sulphur in Calcasieu Parish too. So that rain threat's going down some, but you have to watch for river flooding based on all that rain you've already seen. You have to watch for just all that nastiness here with that debris around, maybe floating around in the floodwaters. Some of that there still may be flying around too because of what happened with Laura. So not a good situation. But back here at the top of the hour with more information here from the Weather Center. But for now, meteorologist Casey Cloud, just stay safe out there as we continue to watch our Category 1 hurricane. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with the latest information on our tropical system. It's still a hurricane, Category 1 Delta, as we are tracking it here across parts of Louisiana, getting there north of Lake Charles there with that center, but just going to continue to watch that progressing here throughout the evening. I'll go ahead and actually plot that center on the map right now, as we have 30.4 north, 92.7 west, so 30.4 north is where we're going to try to align this at, and then we have 92.7 west, so right in there it looks like. I'll go ahead and put that point on the screen, maybe right in here. This is an estimate, but you get the idea of where we're kind of getting that lowest pressure at. It may be a little to the south, but just trying to give you that general area of where the eye is really, and where you actually have the lowest pressure, the actual center itself. The eye is a little bit bigger. It's kind of broad, as you kind of see that in nature, but off toward the north where we have some of the heavier rain, some of that wind reaching the surface with the rain, but still wind on the backside in Lake Charles here, folks, and that's really unfortunate the way this is kind of transpired here with that west side being so impactful toward Lake Charles. I mean, the latest reading here, still 74 knots, still hurricane force winds. This is kind of hunting around Lake Charles here with these winds, just they're in the wrong location, it seems. Not really necessarily expecting that to occur in that length of time, maybe kind of getting some relief here after a while, but that western side, not the southern side maybe, but the western side really having some of that wind with it, and that is definitely unfortunate here as we continue to watch the progression of things. I'll go ahead and go over the radar scope right now, and you'll be able to see what is happening over here. Try to give you that angle of what the Doppler is showing there. And you kind of see some of this moisture spreading toward Alexandria, again, as I've alluded to, but still that backside, Lake Charles here, getting into it. I'm going to check the Houston radar to see what it is kind of showing here right now, and we're still seeing some of that action here as we're getting on that radar as well. Just so unfortunate here in the grand scheme of things, as you kind of still see that trying to work its way through Lake Charles here with some of that heavier rain and that wind reaching the surface. So as soon as this gets out of there, maybe, just maybe, we're going to kind of get some more relief here with this, but they got to get through this, and more power is going to go out there, unfortunately, there in the North Calcasieu Paris. I mean, those hurricane winds have been hanging around for a while in that region. You just don't want to see that. As we look again, we're watching Lafayette. They've lost a lot of power there too. I'll go ahead and come back on camera, and then I'll go ahead and switch you over, as we just got a wind reading here just with the Lafayette, 65 knots. That's 75 miles an hour, hurricane force winds, even maybe closer to that eye, though. The eye might not be as well defined here because we're not looking on the closest radar. We're still pretty close there, so you would almost think that we'd get a little bit better look at things overall toward that region north of Lafayette there, as we look at the various Parises across the region. So now I'm going to go ahead and transition us. Like I was alluding to, we have some other things we want to talk about here. I know we have just some of these different angles of the story to cover, and one of them is power outages, as we now are over 300,000 customers in the dark, and Calcasieu, that number just going up. I just got to get this wind out of there, because we don't want to see that number continue to increase too much more. Maybe we can get lucky and not get it 90 to 100% out, but I mean, we're over half already, and it's going to take a while. Hopefully not 3 weeks like we saw in Laurel, but it can still take a week, and with some of that extra damage on top of what we already saw, those repairs just to kind of get things back on track with that power, it's going to be a kind of a changeable fluid situation. Calcasieu again, 58,000 in the dark. Beauregard, almost all that Paris there. As we're looking, Jefferson Davis Paris, you get the idea. Vermilion, even over toward Lafayette here, you see about half or a third, give or take, customers in the dark. So getting more of an extent over there than what we saw in Laura, a little bit more of a west to east extent. We have a little bit different track here too. As we're kind of looking, I'll try to profile this here in a moment. I might even pull up just the cone perspective from earlier. It's going to have some old numbers, but I think it might be kind of important to show that here as we kind of give you that perspective, because the direction on Laura, it was kind of more north in some regard, and this has more of an easterly component. So again, just another PowerOutage.us update there, but let me go ahead and I'll go to our graphics. This is from earlier when it made landfall, I do believe. I had this in here Yeah, this is when we had the landfall. Now, some things have changed since then, but I just think it's kind of important to show you what occurred here. This was the Category 2 earlier, now a Cat 1, but I'm just showing this to you because the angle here, you see it going more easterly. The other storm here went more northerly, and that changes some of the areas off toward the east that are being impacted. So again, just trying to give you a little perspective there on what happened. We saw those 100-mile-an-hour winds at landfall, and right now we're talking about a storm that's gone down from a Category 2 hurricane, Category 2 storm, to a Category 1 hurricane. So extensive damage in some spots, but now we're getting more to lesser type damage. So you're already aggravating that situation we saw toward Lake Charles, and that some damage is not what you want to hear because it might be a little bit different type of thing. You're already getting just those areas there, those piles of debris being flown around really, and that's not good. That flooding, it's just a bad scenario here that is very unusual, and it's kind of hard to even tell the damage apart. That could be important for insurance purposes, depending on exactly what type of situations are involved for individual people. So we just have to watch out for that here to see exactly how things do look here in toward the future for these folks. As we just had Laura, again, I've alluded to it 6 weeks ago here, folks. Those winds to 150 miles an hour. It's just crazy to think about. I mean, just looking here, in 1995, we had a similar situation. Those storms maybe not quite as strong as we're looking at toward another spot, but I'll go over that here in just a second. My point here is this made landfall 13 miles here off toward the west, where Delta made landfall this evening. This made landfall more well defined here further off in toward Cameron Paris, and the night storm 13 miles toward the east here in Cameron Paris, and those winds getting upward of about 100 miles an hour. So we'll give you another radar look real quick before I kind of advance here in the show, in the storyline. But let's see, Beaumont's kind of getting into better shape now, and that's what we like to see for those folks. They should be kind of moving out of the action here overall toward that region, but still Lake Charles getting into it, and we're just seeing those power added numbers mount, unfortunately, the way this kind of evolved here, kind of expanding. Kind of seeing some of that western side here have quite a bit of wind energy with it. Now, I think the eastern side had wind energy as we've seen, but and some of that maybe not translating as much, and then we're getting into more rural areas at some points there on the eastern side, just depending on where we're at. But we've seen it ultimately go through Lafayette. We're seeing some of that wind at least trying to get closer to Baton Rouge there as well, knocking out at least some power in toward that region there near LSU. But I'll go ahead and again pop back Laura here. What happened then, the devastation, and then just compare these storms. I was just comparing that information here and just talking about some of the different things. Now, this was about a 100-mile-an-hour storm. Laura, 150 miles per hour there, Lake Charles, Beaumont. This one, it's hard to say exactly. It might end up being Lake Charles, Beaumont, Lafayette, or Lake Charles and one or the other between Lafayette and Beaumont. We'll just have to wait and see on the hardest hit areas. But it's safe to say Lake Charles will definitely be on that as we're looking ahead in the timeline. Again, storms hitting so close together. We had Aaron and Opal. That's what I was kind of alluding to a moment ago. Back in the Florida Panhandle region there in 1995, they were real close together, making landfall in terms of that location in the same season. And then Gene and Francis in 2004 towards South Florida, seeing some of that action. It's crazy to see here, folks. Crazy to witness this scenario that's been ongoing here this evening. As we just looked ahead here, we've got to that Greek alphabet, of course, which I'll get to in a second, but still seeing some of that flooding, flash flood emergency remaining in effect, and just to use these names here, I think that just tells you what type of hurricane season it has been in toward 2020. It's been that type of year too, I think, and we're going to continue to watch it. I know we haven't had a storm toward our state like Michael 2 years ago at least, and that's some good news as that anniversary comes up tomorrow. I thought it was important to mention that here during our coverage, as still recovering out that way from a storm that wasn't too much stronger, a little bit, but not too much stronger than what we saw with Laura out toward that Florida Panhandle region. So, or excuse me, Laura, as we got out toward Louisiana, comparing that to Michael in the Florida Panhandle. So again, we're going to continue to watch here I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. I think we pretty much covered everything we need to for now. I'll probably be going through about 11 o'clock as the winds did drop there to about 80 miles an hour or so. Max sustained on that last update from the National Hurricane Center, and that movement there off toward the north-northeast at 15, 971 millibars of pressure. As strong winds continue to spread inland across Louisiana. We had a report there of a gust of 64 not too long ago in the region, and again we're seeing some of these other gusts here showing up on some of these sensors as well that are pretty high as well, and serious too as we continue to watch. I mean, some of these really translating to the surface here even higher than that, and we'll just have to see what the Hurricane Center does with that 11 o'clock update, that 11 o'clock Eastern update, that 10 o'clock Central update. Back to radar scope. I'll pull that perspective up again for everybody just tuning in. We're just going to continue to watch here and wait for the latest information. Again, I'll probably be wrapping up the coverage here in about an hour, depending on how things do evolve. So just stick with me for that time frame here, and we'll give you the latest information. Just stay tuned. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour with another update on Hurricane Delta. Still a Category 1 storm for now. We may see it be downgraded to a tropical storm here, a strong tropical storm as we get to 11 o'clock. We'll just have to wait and see. Or if not that, it'll probably go down to 75 miles an hour there on that maximum sustained wind number. But still having a big impact as we get toward Lake Charles. You can kind of see the outer edges here of this storm getting in toward that region with that eye wall per se, or at least a storm as the eye wall is kind of breaking down, but you're still getting into some of the stronger acts in there, unfortunately, into Lake Charles, and that's not good. Calcasieu Paris here getting into all sorts of rain here today. Amount 16 inches in one spot here, pretty much measured as we're looking there in the English Bayou, 15.68 inches. Another spot there, we're talking about a gauge there at the Boys Village Road area. We're talking about 16.31 inches, and the Iowa High School region, 13.12 inches. So just a copious amount of rain. Not what you want to see. I'll try to go ahead and put on some of that to the screen though, and you can kind of see it, but it's not really doing the best job of this here, but those totals are ground truth, and unfortunately that moisture translating to the surface causing big time issues. We were talking about rain upward of maybe over 15 inches in some spots, and that's pretty much what we're seeing here at this point. We've been talking about that number for the last couple of days or so. Luckily the rain's moving on out of some of these more vulnerable spots, but that wind potential is still there at least for a little while longer and still knocking out power. I'm sure you can still see some of that here on thermoelectric velocity as indicated by the brighter colors. Now we're looking above the surface, but this wind above the surface is still pretty strong, and a lot of that wind is translating down, so we'll continue to track it here. And I'll go ahead and come back on camera now, though, as I'm looking at some model information here. I'm kind of trying to simulate how the future may go in terms of some of the forecasting. We don't typically see this maybe during hurricane coverage, but I thought it would kind of give you an idea of how things will end up translating here over the next few hours. And I'll move the map over so you kind of see Dallas and Birmingham, and then I might move it back at the end of this because there's some interesting things that are showing up in the models here. So let me go ahead and move this. This is as we get to about right now, or 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 o'clock Central, midnight, 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Central, 3 a.m. Central, and you see some of this getting up toward Greenville and maybe Vicksburg, Yazoo City area there. You kind of get the idea, and then I'll go ahead and move the map over now, as I was alluding to, as we're going to see some acts and maybe, according to the HRRR model, try to fire here with some activity as we're looking toward the Pensacola area. This is at 9 a.m. Central Time. You see maybe a band of storms. Some of these could rotate, maybe not seeing too much of that, but we'll just have to watch to see as there is a marginal risk in play as we get that frame here to load as we're getting toward that morning time frame, maybe down toward areas like Fort Walton Beach, up toward Brewton, Alabama, for instance, Selma, Alabama as well. We'll have to see if some of this becomes tornadic here with that friction of that band, and then we see some action toward the east here, but nothing too significant. I know they're talking about storm surge during this chat session because just seeing some of those values upward of 8 feet or so. Just got to be mindful of what has happened there as we go ahead and move away here from a forecast model for the time being, though. We're just continuing to track things here very carefully in the Weather Center. I'm going to go ahead now and pull up our other radar, our current radar imagery. As you see, Alexandria and Rapides Parish really getting into the action. That wind energy showing up there on that tool as well. I'm going to go ahead and check some other things. I'm just looking at some details behind the scenes here as we get some information about 15 inches or so of rain. Another storm report kind of being logged here as we've been talking about this evening. And now the power outage numbers, these are just continuing to go up here, continuing to go up as we get over toward our dashboard from poweroutage.us. You kind of just move the mouse around and you see numbers that are getting up there in that region. I mean, 360,000 customers. They're pretty much in the dark right now. Vandaline Paris, you're seeing, or Vandaline Paris, I think is how you pronounce it. I know some of these areas, I'm trying to pronounce them the best I can, so if I've messed up a few names, I apologize, but trying to give an idea of exactly what is happening toward these communities, southwest, south central really Louisiana. And then as we look off toward the west, you see the numbers even higher. Calcasieu getting even higher, unfortunately, there as we're getting to about 60% or so in the dark. Probably going to get even higher and more toward that 80% number, give or take. I'm hoping we won't get to that 102 out of 104 or something like what we were seeing in the past. But we're just going to continue to watch here. These numbers go up, unfortunately, and people have to just be careful after the storm. I'll be going off here pretty soon. Of course, it's important if you're in these areas, follow along with the local stations that broadcast for these regions. I know the Lake Charles Market, KPLC TV, they just moved back into their station really last week to broadcast some of their newscasts there, some of the weathercast, and getting that production going there a little bit further. And now a hurricane, another one coming on through, and that's how just a lot of people are right now, just moving back in, just trying to get their life back on track, really. And something else, another system comes through, and it's just really nasty. I think we're getting another update here. It looks like we still have a hurricane, the hurricane update here coming on in now from that NAC office. So I'll go ahead and come back on camera now, and we'll try to give you that information. It should come down any second, but I already see in the chat they're still calling this a hurricane, so they're probably going to keep it a hurricane to midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central, but we're probably going to wrap this covered up still at the top of the hour, I think. We may go a little longer. We'll just see how the impacts are, and some of those reports do look here, but they're still keeping this a hurricane, and that is noteworthy here with some of those winds translating to the surface. And we're just going to have to continue to watch, as we should have that new track on here loading in as well. Yeah, we got that in here, and it is definitely still a Category 1. We have that wind radius as well. So I'll go ahead and get that set up, try to give you that first look at things real quick as we are getting this just in here. You see where the winds are. And here they are now on our other system. You see Crowley over here just to the east, and just to the north here, Oakdale getting into some of these stronger hurricane-type winds as well, kind of cutting and splitting the difference here between Lake Charles and Lafayette. At this point, though, we've still seen some hurricane gust on the backside, so maybe just because as I put on observations here, there's some observations in here, but we don't have a lot of observations right in this region, so they're going to go ahead and keep it a hurricane. We're talking about 65 knots, so we're talking about 75 miles an hour right now on this storm system. The pressure 972 millibars. So again, that is coming down from the National Hurricane Center. So at least for one more hour, we're going to have a hurricane, but this will probably weaken to a storm, a TS here as we get toward the northeast. That movement here, I have it 13 knots, so we're probably talking about 15 miles an hour, and that is the case. And now we'll go ahead and look at some more information here in just a moment as we continue to watch that northeasterly progress here across Louisiana, moving from Acadiana here as we're looking in the timeline. But again, your new track is coming out live here on the coverage, and we'll go ahead and look at the radar again to give you that viewpoint of velocity. You'll be able to see where some of that wind energy is in toward the region. Still seeing some of that toward Lake Charles, Moss Bluff, and then even here in Lafayette as well. We're just going to have to continue to watch as we're looking out that Fort Polk radar. Some of that still translating to the surface, knocking out more power, unfortunately. So just, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to see that debris flying around. I mean, we've already had the storm surge. I'll kind of talk about that. We were talking about that earlier, but you're talking about how the winds have kind of moved on in here. As we look at the direction, we've had that surge is still occurring here towards some of these spots as I kind of point some things out here. That direction here east of Lafayette, you see Baton Rouge here. Now we're starting to see a curve as we're looking further up, but still even in the areas off toward the east, you're seeing some of that before it starts to turn. I know we've had dangerous boating conditions even off toward the Florida Big Bend as we're looking. And then we'll go ahead and put on some of our wind gauges. You see the wind still even set up as far east as Pensacola, Milton a little bit, 21 knots, 24 miles an hour. And the temperature is still pretty warm, unseasonably warm off toward the first coast and north central Florida and the rest of our North Florida, South Florida region. But as we get off toward the west, you see some pretty warm temperatures toward Houston and New Orleans. But where the storm's been, of course, some of that rain-cooled air. Those dew point values, interesting to see. Pretty moist conditions overall. So We're just going to have to continue to track things here, and I'll be back at the top of the hour with more information. But again, we still have a hurricane, at least through the 10 o'clock central advisory. We're still going to have a hurricane here, as the center of that's located here not too far to the northwest, or I guess you could call it, yeah, I think northwest actually, of Eunice there in toward the Acadiana area. Stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour to go ahead and wrap things up here on this Friday evening. We're watching our hurricane, our Category 1 storm, as we're looking here toward parts of Louisiana. Just getting that latest information in here from the National Hurricane Center, where it is still a Category 1 at this very moment with a max sustained winds of 75 miles an hour. Now, as we go ahead here and look at some of our wind information, we're going to go ahead and take out the actual wind field where we're seeing what the Hurricane Center is plotting and put on some of the wind reports here in just a moment. You see the temperatures and now your wind reports as we get toward Lake Charles, still getting a gust there to 68 knots not too long ago, and that's getting us in that range there as we're looking towards 78 miles an hour. So that was there as we were looking again in just recent minutes, really. So still getting some pretty strong wind in toward that backside. Up toward the Ritter, you see gust of 43 knots there, so that gets us to about 50 miles an hour. Alexandria, 42 knots, so just under that there at about 48 miles an hour. We'll now go ahead and pull up radar scope. You'll be able to see what is happening here as we get over towards some of our technology. That kind of gives you a little broader perspective here of some of that rain still impacting that Rapides Paris area. Rapides Paris there, and just continuing to get in the accents. So you just got to be cognizant there. I know I'm looking at some different things off camera right now and getting some different wind reports here from a little while ago. Some of those strongest winds, in fact. I'm going to kind of step away here from the camera just for a second as we just got a list in from the National Hurricane Center. Point Texas actually had the highest gust so far reported today with Delta. This right there at the border, 100 miles an hour at 6 o'clock Central Time. Lake Charles, 96 miles an hour at 6:11 Central Time. Calcasieu Pass, 90 miles an hour, 6:54 Central Time. New Iberia, 90 miles an hour, 7:27 there. Southeast Texas Regional Airport, 90 miles an hour. Cameron, 89 miles an hour, and Jennings, 81 miles per hour. So just trying to give you some of that information here right now. Again, kind of stepping away from the camera for a second as we're just trying to get some of that latest information in again here as we just kind of understand exactly what this storm has been producing. There's wind gusts going down some now, but this is kind of a summary of what has happened over the last little bit. As we continue to watch things, I'll go ahead and come back on the camera now, and you'll be able to see what is happening with the storm structure here. As, again, you get into that accent and you get those rainfall totals to add up here as we're extending from Lake Charles to Alexandria. You're seeing around 10, 11 inches or so in toward that region as we're going along some of the area roads there, and that's just radar estimates. Of course, we've seen numbers even higher now. We're getting upward of 15 or so. I mean, 17 inches, maybe even in as we get down here. Some of these reports aren't going to actually show it on the screen, but I'm just kind of moving the mouse around. You see 15, 16, 17 inches, give or take here. They're Iowa, Louisiana, so just a nasty situation there in toward that Acadiana region. You just got to look at how things are matriculating. That power outage numbers will still keep going up, but this last batch really going through the Lake Charles area. Things calming down in Beaumont now. We're only getting gusts to 21, 25 knots, so that's not even tropical storm force here at this point, and that's good news. But those power outage numbers, I'll start off with Texas since that's what we were kind of just reviewing, as those numbers shouldn't go up too much more as the action's moving away from there. In fact, they might be going down as really close here, but maybe starting to see those go down just a little as the action moves away. Maybe get a couple power outages toward Jasper, but not too big of a concern overall as we're looking more at that concern toward Jefferson County, 73,753 customers in the dark there. As we get to Orange County, almost 30,000 customers. So those couple counties there really hit pretty hard by Delta, the first Greek alphabet storm to ever hit the U.S., the second year we've ever had to use that Greek alphabet here. And as we get toward Louisiana, you see these numbers. Wow, over 360,000 now in the dark, and these are just going to continue to go up. After I go off here, just make sure you can get this information. Write down the web address right now, poweroutage.us, is the place to go for this valuable data. I'll probably be showing it when I'm back on my full update on Monday, because we'll probably still have some outages in this region, unfortunately. Hopefully we don't have to show this for days and days and days, just to show you how bad it's been, again, out toward this region. But it's going to take a while to get the power back on, as those repairs that were done because of Laura are being undone, and have been undone because of Delta, it seems, unfortunately. And it's just making the situation worse for those folks. About 60% of Calcasieu Parish in the dark there, like Charles, Beauregard Parish, pretty much everybody, Allen Parish. You get the idea. Jefferson Davis Parish, St. Landry Parish there, St. Martin. We get over here toward Iberville Parish, or Iberville Parish, I believe is how you pronounce that. That's one of those that's a little tricky here in toward that region. But as we get down here, we get to Assumption, some of these other spots toward the east, even St. John the Baptist, as we get closer toward the New Orleans television market. We're talking about 3,000 or so customers in the dark, and I'll kind of pop up Lafayette here, or Lafayette, depending on how you pronounce that here, as we get toward 27,000 customers, about half, so a little bit better in Lafayette there, as we've seen things kind of look a little bit better in toward that region, and toward that Lafayette area. So we're just going to continue to watch here, continue to see these numbers go up in Louisiana, unfortunately, while those Texas numbers just start to suppress some, to start to decrease, and that'll be good news for those folks. But we have some other things to talk about here, as this will be the last update of the night, but I'll be kind of going into some more detail for the next few minutes, so stick with me here. We're at 10:07 Central, 11:07 Eastern Time on a Friday night. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, as we're just watching yet another hurricane to hit the U.S. here, folks. And let's go ahead and see that cone perspective. This last advisory, probably, that'll keep this as a Category 1 storm before it is downgraded to a tropical storm here. And actually, I say that in that they're actually not doing hourly updates anymore. That's something I got to keep in mind here, too. I got to bear that in mind. So we're actually not going to get an update here until 1 a.m. Central Time. So we're not going to actually get this downgraded officially here for a few more hours, though it's really not going to probably be a hurricane as we get later into that timeline. Just something to kind of keep in mind here. Maximum sustained winds at 75 miles an hour. You're just kind of seeing some of the other data here too, just kind of putting that on the screen for you. A visual way here, north northeast movement at 15 miles an hour, and then that barometric pressure, that minimum pressure there, 972 millibars, not going up a whole lot. Kind of interesting. We kind of maybe expected it to go up a little bit quicker, but still getting that pressure pretty low for a Cat 1 hurricane when you think about it. But that's kind of the overall pattern. We'll have to see how things evolve, and those wind speeds still translating to the surface, as we've seen. Sometimes you question if it's still maybe a strong storm at all. Maybe you don't get that high of winds, but we're still getting those gusts here close, if not exceeding hurricane force. Now, these are sustained winds, and that might be getting closer to below, but hurricane warning extends still from High Island, Texas to Morgan City, Louisiana. So we're going to continue to watch here. Let me go ahead and show you our radar scope computer again. You'll be able to get another perspective on what is happening here as we continue to watch exactly what is going on this Friday evening. Again, a Category 1 storm still impacting Acadiana, that region there of Louisiana, and seeing some of these impacts translate further off. I know people are going to be without power for a while, so you just have to keep them in your thoughts and prayers. And unfortunately, people could end up being, or may have already been injured or killed by this storm. Got to remember after the storm, too, because things can be so dangerous even after the fact here, folks. You just have to be really cognizant of what is happening. You just have to keep everything in mind. If you have relatives over there, just make sure you're kind of giving them a heads up that they got to still be careful. If you would even communicate with them at this point, that they just need to be real careful. I know we always talk about charging up those devices ahead of the storm system. If you're staying, I mentioned that yesterday, and it's just so important as you still see these winds moving into Mississippi, knocking out some power there. And I'll check Mississippi. I don't expect the numbers to be very high there right now, but we'll check it. That's 8,604 customers in the dark there. And let's see what counties. It looks like southwestern counties, mainly Wilkinson, about 2,000 in the dark, Mitt 2,000. So just kind of trying to get a gauge for what is happening there as I look behind the scenes. Now we do have some other information. Again, the Saffir-Simpson wind scale is always important to display. Some to extensive damage. We're getting more than that some damage, but still with what happened with Laura getting 2 hurricanes to make landfall within 15 miles of each other, you're going to get impacts just really exacerbated here by exactly what has been happening with the previous antecedent storm. We're just going to really add on top of what happened there. It's just really, really unfortunate. And again, we just have to be continuing to track things. I know I'm going to check some storm surge information. I have this pulled up right now, so let me go ahead and try to get this on the screen for you. We'll get that loaded on in here. These numbers should be going down now some. I may go ahead and pop it up if there's something interesting. This reading, okay, so actually we haven't got new readings from these here, which is interesting. We'll go ahead and pop it on the screen anyway, though. Probably losing power or just not really being in an optimal situation to provide data as you kind of speculate there. I'll go ahead and switch our screen on to that dashboard, and you see we had 8 feet or so there on 6:48 Central Time, or 6:48 Eastern, 5:48 Central Time reading. As we get off toward the east here, you see some of these numbers. This is present, still 5 feet or so of surge as we're getting off there, closer there, southeast of Lafayette to be precise. So you just always have to be aware of what is happening as we look at some of our different tools that we can use. Let's look at storm relative velocity off of Fort Polk right now to see how that wind may be translating to the surface here as we still watch that wind potential, that flooding potential, a flash flood emergency in play, as you just still want to be careful out there. Some of the strongest winds seem to be starting to try to leave Lake Charles here. Westlake, though, still getting to some of these as we're looking aloft. Now, we're not looking at the surface, but we still be starting to get this to push away some. That would be some welcome relief. We hope they don't have a hurricane there ever again. Definitely don't need another one this year, that's for sure. They didn't need another one, but they got it here with Delta in addition to Laura. This has just been a terrible year for these folks. I mean, we've had some severe weather down in this region as well. I know we had a deadly tornado as we got closer to I think in the Lafayette television market, a pretty random type scenario that set up on a Sunday night there back in May, I do believe. So you just have to be cognizant. The weather here, we've had tornado emergencies not too far away either. So we just have to really be ready to go here as things can change quick. Though we had a good warning. I mean, we told you Monday something was going to hit Louisiana. We thought maybe a little further east, but we gave you that range from eastern Texas to about Fort Walton Beach or so, and we ended up seeing that occur on the western side of that, and just seeing that rain still add up as we have over 12 inches of rain that has fallen there at a gauge there at Common Street, it looks like, in Calcasieu Parish, and there's again still getting, this needs to get out of here. This reminds me of Hermine in some regard. You just couldn't get that band, the western side, out of Tallahassee, and that just knocks out more power, unfortunately, but we need to get that out of there. We'll get it out of there pretty soon, but you just gotta be careful until that moves away, and then the power's gonna be out when it moves out. You probably just wanna go to bed, make sure you're hunkered down still, if you're in the Lake Charles area, and just don't really mess around tonight and wait for daylight tomorrow as we should start to get some of that sun to come on out, hopefully, as we look ahead toward the timeline as this moves on out of the picture. But we also have to watch for that tornado threat here as we're looking off toward the north here as well. So just something to be ready about here, ready to go to take shelter. You just really want to be paying attention here as we continue to look back here, some to extensive damage, and then as we look at back here at Laura as well, the damage, the devastation toward that Calcasieu Cameron area, but even up toward Alexandria, where they're getting it now, they had a lot of power outages. I mean, they, in some regard, you could kind of compare the damage up there to the damage this storm would be producing without the other damage from Laura down toward Lake Charles, if that makes any sense. So you just have to be really cognizant. Just everybody just probably really feels sick to their stomach about what has happened with Delta here, hidden in the same area pretty much as Laura. A little different path there as we look ahead, but only 13 miles or so from where Delta made landfall, and 100-mile-an-hour winds max sustained with Delta, just under what we had with Sally, but just again adding insult to injury for Lake Charles and Beaumont. Now, speaking of adding insult to injury, we do have to watch here for some isolated tornadoes. We have that threat here tonight, but then we're looking ahead right now tomorrow. The outlook here toward Tuscaloosa and even if not far from Starkville as well, some isolated tornadic acts in Mississippi State, Alabama there, the University of Alabama there, get into some of that, so we'll have to watch. I know big football game up in Oxford as we're looking that way, but we're looking here, I think Mississippi State maybe on the road tomorrow at Kentucky for what it's worth. Luckily, we don't have home games in Tuscaloosa, Starkville. That'd be more hazardous, more dangerous. But as we look here off toward the south and east, we do have that marginal risk getting down there as we are looking towards southeastern Alabama. Excuse me, and we're just looking here even in the Florida Panhandle. And I mean, technically, this does clip barely some of our extreme southwestern Georgia counties here as well. So just something to pay attention to. Now, Auburn, I'm trying to think if they have a home game tomorrow, and they might. I'm trying to kind of do that off the top of my head here. I believe they're playing at home against Arkansas, but they could be on the road. Of course, if they're at home, we just need to watch the weather, of course, and check in for the latest updates there. As we're looking here, we still have a marginal risk just barely clipping our area, so I just want you to not be completely caught off guard if I need to cut in tomorrow for an isolated tornado warning, or if we get this risk kind of translating as we're looking towards Sunday, further up in towards southeastern Georgia, we could get something trying to spin up. So that chance is pretty low and pretty remote overall. I'll be here to watch it if anything happens in our viewing area. One more look at radar scope now. Let's pop that on. Here you can see Alexandria, even Monroe there, talking there, the university up toward that region, getting into some of this rain. We're talking about Louisiana Monroe, and then we're talking about Louisiana Tech as we get toward Ruston. So they're getting into some of this rain here, that moisture. They got hit by our other storm there, Laura, and they had issues. I mean, a coronavirus outbreak at Louisiana Tech there with the football team. They couldn't play a game against Baylor ultimately as we were looking back in the timeline. So you just always have to believe, you just have to always be careful in these situations. You just always have to be careful in these situations here in toward these regions, as there's just so many hazards, especially this year. And then now 2 hurricanes plus the coronavirus. Yeah, it's not good. So I'll go ahead and start to wind things down now as we're looking ahead to maybe any coverage tomorrow. And if there's anything that warrants that, of course, we'll break in. And then we're watching that flooding threat still. Not too much rain toward North Florida, South Georgia overall, but we'll just continue to track things. This is your next 3 days. And then as we get here, a little rain trying to translate toward western North Carolina and some of those mountain regions there. Talking about areas not too far away, maybe from Helen, Georgia, for instance, getting in towards some of the acts in there in the Peach State. So just something to watch as we are using that Greek alphabet. What a year it's been here, folks. That'll be using that as we get yet another wind gust in, the Ritter, Beauregard, talking about 50 knots, so that gets us up there to 50 miles an hour, and that'd be what you would get during a severe thunderstorm. So it's just been a hectic time. Power outage numbers still going to be going up. I have Mississippi up right now. Let me switch that over real quick to Louisiana. We're almost up to 400,000 now, and we'll probably be near that 500,000 before this winds down in that state. It's just the nature of things. That track still going to be knocking out more powers, more electricity here, more power as we're getting towards some of these spots here. Kind of moving my mouse around right now before we start to see that wind potential wind down a little bit more. So just stay tuned as we are watching here. As you're looking at the National Hurricane Center website, maybe for the latest. I still have also the latest track updates posted to cloudsweather.com/tropics. You can get a look there, and then check in with the local stations. I know in the word Lake Charles, KPLC is broadcasting coverage there. I was watching some of their coverage over on Facebook just a little while ago. KPLC 7, they were hit so hard by Laura, that region as well, and they're getting hit pretty bad by Delta, though they were still at their station the last time I checked, and hopefully things are going to be okay for them. And then as we're looking off toward the East Lafayette stations in play, I know there's a NBC station there. I believe that is the NBC Fox duopoly. They broadcast together at least, and then we have the ABC station and then the CBS station there as well that is broadcasting coverage in toward that region. So you can check in with some of that as we are looking there, as we are trying to get the latest information out of there. Luckily, Lake Charles National Weather Service didn't have to make maybe alternative plans either. It doesn't look like, based on what I've seen, sending out that information. The Fort Polk radar staying up, so some things that were a little bit different than what we saw at Laura. They were still at the office, so communication issues maybe not as severe, but we'll just continue to get the latest information in and provide it to you on Twitter if needed. Otherwise, I'll be back as necessary if we get tornado warnings in our area this weekend. And if I'm not back then, I'll see you on Monday here for a regular update as our hurricane weakens to a tropical storm here over the next little bit. That next update will be out here at about 1 a.m. Central Time, where I'm sure we're going to have it down to a tropical storm by then, as these communities just continue to get impacted here in Acadiana and then off toward the north, watching that tornado threat around New Orleans as well. So you just have to be cognizant of everything that is taking place toward that region there in the Bayou region. So that pretty much does it. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Thanks so much for tuning in and have a great night. Stay safe out there.